We saw that problem, so maybe let's just take care of this first and see if any more.
All right, let's go ahead and get the drainage committee meeting started. Recollect that all members are present. First item, request approval to reappoint Mike Cantata to the Nut Subdivision Gravity Drainage District number 11 for a 5-year term. Motion by Mr. Mathern. Second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 2, discuss funding source for a long reach excavator rental.
How you doing? I had a conversation about this one that Ms. Kim asked about it. Leroy, you want to comment on it?
Yeah, well, you want to say what the total is so that we can,
Yeah, the initial total was 108,000 for the long reach excavator for a 1-year rental. But as we look at some of the projects, we may need to also rent an additional piece of equipment, which may entail another 50,000 pound machine with a thumb on it to remove some of the trees prior to. So generally, that's about $12,000 a month in addition to it to prepare for the long reach. So I would suspect probably about 2 months rental on that.
On a 2-month rental, on for the 12,000.
Yeah, for 12,000. That's for preparation.
Prep machine.
Prep machine, it'd be about 24,000.
What size machine you got there? Like 200, 220 class?
Yeah, that'd be a 320.
Some of these projects that you had allocated for the long reach, you may be able to do with this machine.
Not all of them, sure. Some. We may be able to do some of it,
It'd be quicker.
but we did walk it and look at it, and that was a recommendation on for the 320.
Okay.
Brian, how we looking with right of ways for these projects?
I've acquired most of them. I'm still working on some for yours because of width. I think it was initially stated the servitude was only 20 foot. So I had to go 60 feet. So I had to go back and revisit it because the track width is substantial on it. We wouldn't have had anywhere to put the dirt on the side. So my raise is completed. I just got the call today. One of the big outfalls in back of Mike Street, all of theirs assigned. Gerald Streets, all of theirs assigned. So particularly yours is one of the ones that I have to finish out, but most all are done. I just had to revisit yours to get a few more.
What is the date that we're looking at putting these machines on, right?
That could be dependent upon weather and conditions and how far we go with the rental. Insurance, I have to get a quote because we have to put supplemental insurance on it. I gotta get a quote back from Gallagher with that. I was originally projected for September the 5th, but it's gonna be delayed a little bit because we pushed it back a couple weeks.
You get that while it's dry.
Well, like I said, some of this may be altered depending on when we get into recreational habits. During hunting season, we maybe have to deviate to a different outfall and attend to that one and then come back.
Levy is ready to go whenever y'all are.
All right.
there's no hunting tomorrow, it's a month.
Right. Also received the right of way from Mr. Dennis Landry. So we good there. I just have to reach out to Rambo Sylvester.
Yeah, Brian, I guess just get us the insurance price on them and let us know when you want to put these machines on the equipment on, right?
Yeah, we have to prove, we have to
We have to allocate the funding source.
allocate the funding first.
So we have the allocation sheet with you right now. Under the general listing of Juror projects, the 1.5 million that was originally committed out of the Mesa non-bond fund. Of that, we have 336,905 remaining. So I'll make a motion that we had a line item under that general listing for 132,000 to cover the rental of both machines.
And just for conversation purposes, the Bertrand, like for example, the Bertrandville Canal outfall, I think that project was approved at the last meeting for the parish to do the project.
Correct.
So if the parish does the project, then that frees up this $100,000. Because that labor has to be paid with local funds, not from here.
That's correct.
So that's some additional funds that could be free.
Right, but we're not, I would think that you wouldn't want to release it until the project is done in-house to make sure that it's done.
Just so we know, yeah.
I make a motion, that we approve, I'm getting what?
132.
136.
I second the motion.
132, 136.
132.
Motion by Leron, second by Chris, to approve 132,000. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Brian, just make sure you do your proper bids for all of them.
Item number 3, request approval for a culvert replacement at 226 Route Boville.
Correct, that's a 60-foot section of pipe in between two catch basins with a driveway. There's a hole in the culvert, it needs to be replaced. By the project.
Total cost of $3,180.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4, request approval for a culvert replacement on Faith Street, Ward 3.
You can see in the picture, there's a hole directly in the middle of the 40-foot stretch. The galvanized culvert is decayed and rotted away, needs to be replaced.
Total cost of $1,150.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Como,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries. Item number 5, request approval to sweep the outfall behind Genevieve Street.
Looking at the picture, you can see that it needs to, the dirt needs to be taken out of the outfall. The sewer from all the residents is being held up. It's a public safety issue with mosquitoes. It just needs to be dug out so it can drain.
Total cost of $750. Make sure to shoot the elevation on this fall to do it right.
Okay.
Motion by Mr. Blanchard. Second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6, discuss drainage projects and call it clean. I'll put that on the agenda. Guys, while the water's low, now's the time to be cleaning out culverts, pulling tires through culverts, whatever we have to do to prevent us from going back whenever the water's high and fighting it. So Paul, I'd like for you to get a crew together and start paying attention to some of these culverts throughout the parish.
We'll do.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Carter,
Second.
second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned.
Call the 4:45 Finance Committee meeting to order. Let the record reflect all members are present. Item 1, request approval to pay list of bills submitted through August 18th, 2023.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Item 2, review budget comparison statements for major funds for July 2023.
The budget comparison statements are provided for your review. No plan of action at this time.
Motion to accept by Mr. Nakane,
Second.
second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Item 3, discuss recurring funding of $400 per award for Life Ring campaign.
Yes, this came up a few years back, and the allocation was at that time $400 per ward, and the discussion was that it was gonna, the $400 per ward was gonna satisfy 3 years of maintenance. My interpretation of it and the way I set up the recreation was that every 3 years it would be another $400. I don't think there has been actively anything done with the Right Ring Life campaign. I could be wrong, but I guess the question is, are you going to continue to fund this $400?
Right. Well, I think
We
they just
did
haven't
place
had,
some life rings at certain boat landing locations with the rope and life ring, the sound alarm when they pull it for safety reasons. But we were waiting on some approvals to put it in different locations at boat landings.
So how many locations we have it at?
We had 5 of them, but there's one about 398 in Bar Lewis. We had it at Tacopah's Landing. And then we were waiting to put some in Bell River at the boat landing on the side. But I hadn't heard back from the guy previously. He was gonna talk to him in the public boat landing on the other side. About a little bait store. We were gonna put one there. So I have 2 or 3 more that we can distribute. If you guys want to put them at a particular boat landing.
What's the cost and how much is still in the fund balance? If they're not using the money.
I don't know the cost because I've never seen a specific of how much for one total installation, but I can assure you it has not been expended from the last $400.
So that money is still sitting there.
What is the recurring funding for? I thought once you put it up there.
Well, they could get destroyed or
It's just for replacement and maintenance costs on
as needed.
We do it as needed.
As needed.
I know whenever we had originally did it, there was a lot of concern that there would be, stolen or vandalism on it, but it really hadn't happened.
No, they're
they've
still
been
in
there,
place.
they're still in,
it. It's still in
they
place.
just haven't required the maintenance. So I said we just delay the allocation.
And if we
until
get to
later
a point to where we need more
Do
funding.
you have
we'll go
3
back.
more?
That's more for sure.
I would like to see some in the Fort Beverly area.
Shall Beach.
Well, what boat landings would you like them at? Do we have to talk to a private owner to put it there? Some of those boat landings are not public boat landings. So we have to go to the private owners and ask for a request, and if they allow it, then I'll put it there. Not a problem. I just need to get some type of form of writing stating that we're allowed to put it there.
Public launches only.
Public launches only? Okay. That can't, that.
All right, so motion,
Motion to cease the ongoing.
she's the ongoing funding, and we do it as an as needed basis.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Nakane, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval to advertise for bids for the Malibu sedan.
Yes, we're gonna go ahead and surplus the Malibu sedan in addition to a 2009 Ford Expedition from Road and Bridge and a 2002 Chevy half-ton truck. So we have received appraisals on these vehicles and or would like to start the formal bidding process and set the minimal bids for each. It has to run in the paper, one run, and then we accept bids 15 days after that run, and we can surplus them at that time. So I'm just requesting your permission.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Como. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
454, we'll get a
Motion adjourned by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor?
Very cool, Mike.
Opposed? Motion carried.
454, we'll get the personnel committee meeting to order.
Wait a minute,
Where we at?
4:55, you can.
455.
Okay, now you can.
Let's get the personnel committee meeting started. All members are present. First item, request approval to end the probation period for Aaron Landry and approve the increase to grade 7, step 12, 2024.
Yes, that is my recommendation.
So move. Second.
Motion by Big Daddy, seconded by Ron. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Item number 2, request approval to hire Richie Skidmore Jr., equipment operator, 1, grade 5, step 12, and Michael Jacobs, maintenance worker, grade 4, step 13.
Also my recommendation.
Motion by Ron,
Second.
second by Leroy. All in favor? Number 3, discuss wage increase for equipment operator 3. Will be held in executive session.
Who put this? You put this on?
No, I put that on there.
No, you put it, you should put it.
Huh?
You should put it.
Yeah, okay, but I put it because it wasn't being put, so I put it. Now, do you want me to elaborate a little bit on it? Basically, I'll share with you now. I'm not going to suggest what happens here tonight with the topic, but I put it on there because I do know that there is an operator that is working with us that came on that many of us discussed the person wanting to come in at a certain amount. And I'm talking about a contractor labor personnel, a personnel that's now doing work for us on an hourly basis, that is doing work that clearly, when you look at the performance, you look at the excellence of the work, and mind you, I've got pictures galore to show that. I am merely just bargaining here for to make sure that that consideration and recognition comes where that person gets attained to that amount that was being sought. Again, I've got pictures galore of work that has been performed in many of our areas. And the dollars that we have saved by doing that work is just enormous. So I am seeking right now and imploring for you all to not pass
this up with this person attaining to that. We have asked for mid-term evaluations for our employees to get to that point. My question right now on that, where are we with those evaluations? Anybody know? We asked that we would have those in June, July.
We did that last year. I didn't recall that being requested this year. Last year, when we incorporated the merit base, we were told to do a midterm, mid-year, so that all employees were very well aware. So we did in fact do those in year end.
No, if we put, no, I actually, you wouldn't know it now, I actually put them in, we requested that that happens each year, we should do that. And we should keep up with it where there's no surprises, what the concerns were at the end of last year, where we're not just being faced with something and perhaps having some dialogue and disagreement of what a person actually earned or how well they performed. So we asked to do it midterm to see exactly where we are as a stage point to adequately recognize somebody for our employees for their efforts. Do none of you all remember that?
I'm with you on that, Pat. I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
But it was, my recollection is it was a one-time evaluation for pay increase, but the other evaluation was to let the employee know that they were being evaluated and things that they could improve before the end of the year.
Correct. So we should still be doing that.
Well, but they know now. They know it's a merit-based system is the way that I interpreted it.
So
If you all want differently.
That's right. It was merit-based.
So we did two last year. We did two evaluations last year to make sure all employees were aware that it was merit-based and that there would be no surprises. So that hasn't changed. So do we need to do another 6 months to say, just making sure, once again, you're going to be evaluated at the end of the year again?
It should be evaluated at it.
That's
We
correct.
will, but we're not at the end of the
Evaluated
year
in a
yet.
year.
He's talking about a mid-year.
It was
one.
set up, it's supposed to be twice a year, mid-year and end of year. And then the raises will be given basically toward the end of the year like we normally do, but they get evaluated twice a year.
And what that helps is with any department head that eliminates you getting to the end of the year and now there being some big discrepancy, a disagreement, and perhaps things as it followed last year, whereas what we asked for was not being done. So there was evaluations that had been performed without the benefit of sitting across the desk from someone and said, this is where you need improvement. And I am not saying no one did the evaluations. I am saying what we asked for didn't happen. And there wasn't quantification to indicate that what we asked for was done. So therefore, many of you had to go back and do it again. I'm asking that that doesn't happen this time, that we evaluate the folk. Take your time and evaluate them, even if it hasn't been done yet, still, just perceive it as midterm and get them done. Get back on the topic. This operator is doing quality work in many of our areas, and the money that's being saved is tremendous. I'm just asking that it doesn't get overlooked for what many of us know he was looking to come in here to work for. And I got with Brian, I've got an abundance of pictures, and we said, that's not needed. Brian, I just want to ask you, and I'm not gonna be politicking to say, let's do a raise outside of what we said we was gonna do. Brian, is he doing satisfactory work?
Absolutely. He's doing satisfactory.
How many others are doing satisfactory work?
Plenty.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can't do one and don't do all.
I'm not asking for that at this moment. I'm asking that this person doesn't get it.
Question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think this operator is doing work that he could maybe take a step up in a different position?
I do know that his work is satisfactory, and I know he's got a lot of
A lot of
experience.
knowledge?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I'm asking that he doesn't be overlooked when this time's come. That's why I'm asking that those evaluations gets done to substantiate, no matter who the employee is, in line with what you're saying, Ms. Stockton. In line with what you're saying.
Do a mid-year evaluation. So he
Say that again?
You want him to do a mid-year evaluation?
No, not just the parish manager, I want everybody to do it.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah.
Department heads.
That's correct.
Probably
That's correct.
do it.
All right.
Just have the notes when they come out at the end of the year.
Anybody, you got anything you need to add to that, Brian? But my question was, is that individual doing satisfactory work to equate to that which all of us know he was asking for when he came here?
He's doing satisfactory work, he's doing substantial work. But I'd also like Superintendent Entertainer, I'd like to make a recommendation, Ms. Kim, with the possibility of changing our evaluation form to a number system, to where it's not just a superior or it's a moderate or anything. We go by a number system. You have a category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you
That's
can
fine.
grade it.
That's basically what Leroy had done last
Right.
year.
We talked about it, but we have never changed the form. I'd like to see that happen for the next evaluation, so we can get a better
Well,
grasp.
come on,
on it.
you are not tied into to steer to that form, whatever works to properly evaluate your crew. It's fine.
Okay, I just didn't know if we had to specifically use the one in the book,
We can.
or we could amend it and change it, so we can better evaluate a person.
We all amended on the ask that every department head get involved in it, so everybody be using the same form.
Yeah, correct. Well, everybody using the same form, I'm just asking, if we could do that,
That's
because I
fine.
know the number system was mentioned.
Let me just add to one more thing to this, and to make sure that everyone is fully aware of what I'm indicating. The work that is being done is saving us enormous amount of money. This is a contractor doing work for us, that everything that each and every one of us has got work done in our district. It is exemplary. The work appears to have been done with excellence. And I don't want that to be passed over. And I do know that to ask for a raise right now outside of what we said, I know what this person asked for when it was coming in, and many of us, in line with what you're saying, Jeff, we're not gonna change just for one person. But not for 1 minute that anybody that has had work as a juror done in their area by this individual, do you not realize that that work is contractual work done to an exemplary standard? So what I'm saying here is, I know Brian has asked for consideration in the past for that person to come to a number. I'm not disappointed that that didn't happen. I know Aaron has asked for the very same thing, that that person be recognized for his efforts. And that's been done to you, Mr. Paul, and that hasn't happened. With that being said, I'm bringing that to your attention where he doesn't get passed over when those midterms are done, and when we look at that in October, going toward the end of the year.
So you're saying this certain employee could oversee projects to make sure they're done right, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I like to comment.
What you got, Mike?
Not right now. We're gonna keep it as, I think everybody already spoke their piece as far as the jury's concerned. If somebody wants to make a comment, we do it during the public comment section on the regular agenda.
I would like to hear from some of the other jurors.
We have a letter to appear over here.
And if we're gonna go in executive session, we can do that.
That,
You all wanna go into executive session, because that'd be the time to take the comment.
it does say I could object to executive session. You want to read the letter? Does I have the right to executive session to where we
You
need a
didn't
public meeting?
understand that it was going this way, right? Like,
Mr. Attorney, would you like to read,
hey,
maybe?
fine, make your statement if you'd like. Go ahead. Have at it.
All right, so I know it's a touchy subject and quite disappointed in Mr. Johnson because really actually wasn't said what it was brought up to be. And two other people, matter of fact, three other people, Mr. LeBlanc, Mr. Blankenship, Mr. Landry had let us to appear to where y'all could ask some questions.
But they all know that.
But okay. The question was that in January, my evaluation was done by somebody that wasn't overseeing my work. And when I asked Mr. LeBlanc to get reevaluated because I did not get an evaluation where I get a raise, he agreed. And when I was evaluated superior, I came here with all of y'all in executive session. And Mr. Narcan said, I only respect a recommendation from department head. And then Mr. Attorney told me, you got to go through a proper channel. Well, the proper channel has been passed. Mr. Aaron recommended me at least one time, and also Mr. Blankenship. When I was hired, Mr. Blanc told me that we'd have two opportunities every year, because he knew what I wanted to come in at. Every year, every 6 months, we had two opportunities to get a raise. He also told me I was gonna get 3 weeks vacation. I didn't get that either. So maybe we ought to get the right information when you hire somebody, okay? Absolutely, he said, don't worry about it, Paul. Every 6 months, you got a chance to get a raise. So the employee need to know what's going on. It's in the employee manual that we're gonna get evaluated twice a year. That didn't happen. Okay, everybody wait. Mr. Blankenship and Mr. Landry started the evaluation. Or somebody stopped them or not. But they also must have been under the impression that we can get a raise at the 6 month evaluation, because they also recommended raise for other employees. But Mr. LeBlanc, they didn't only tell them no for my raise. He said the answer is always gonna be no. Always gonna be no. So please question my supervisor. My work speaks for itself. But if you have somebody that's abuse of power, first of all, blocks my raise because somebody evaluated me that never saw my work. And then you have somebody that was directing my work and he evaluates me as a superior, y'all passed me up in January. Y'all passed me up. I lost money from January to now. So a wise man once told me, Paul, if you want to keep a highly skilled employee, you need to pay him his work. That's all I got to say.
Aaron, did you put him in for a raise?
Yes, sir.
Did you think his work was exemplary?
It does great work.
Was that a written request, Mr. Landry?
Oh, no, sir, it was for.
All right, let's move on, gentlemen, please.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, item number 4, consider recommendation to fill accountant position.
Yes, I did provide you, you all some information of some applications we received for an individual that's retiring in January. Conducted interviews along with Mr. Diaz on yesterday and concluded them today. My recommendation is to recommend hiring Ms. Paige Roulette at grade 8, step 13, with the negotiating authority up to 1 cent.
You want? So you want?
Yeah, she is currently employed with St. James Parish, almost in a mirror capacity is what Ms. Forey is right now, and I think it would be a very, very good.
Motion by Ms. Alcorn, second by Leroy. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Motion adjourned.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Nakam, second by Jamie. All in favor? Motion,
It is 5:10. We now start the federal programs committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. We got one item, and it's to discuss the police jury wishes to increase the section 8 fair market rents to 120% of the current rents published by HUD. Can you give an explanation of that?
Mr. Macedo is here.
Mr. Macedo, can you explain that 120%? Sounds a little bit scary to us.
Afternoon. I made it just by 1 minute. The intersection with the Highway 70 in Donaldsonville,
Train.
the train just sat there forever. So every year, the federal government, through the Office of Housing and Urban Development, publishes fair market rents for all the parishes in Louisiana. And they do it by bedroom size. So these fair market rents are the ones that limit how much we can pay landlords under the Section 8 program. HUD also gives a little latitude, and you can raise the fair market rent to 110% without HUD's approval. Now, at the recommendation of our HUD representative in New Orleans, in order to increase our lease-up rate, the representative suggested that perhaps we could increase the rent to 120% of the fair market rent in order to attract more landlords. So that requires a motion or, for the police jury to approve that increase. For instance, the most popular bedroom sizes, of course, are between the 2-bedroom and the 3-bedroom. The 2-bedroom for the fair market rent starts at $823. We're working now with 905, that's the 10%. And for consideration would be the 120% would bring the fair market rent or the payment standard for a 2-bedroom to $988. Similarly, for a 3-bedroom, it would bring to $1,369. Very seldom we deal with 4 bedrooms. That 120% would bring the 4 bedrooms to $1,614. I wanted for the police jury for you to evaluate as to whether Section 8 would be indirectly inflating the rental setup for the parish.
So when you say inflating, you're saying for the residents, so there's a share that the residents have to pay, so is your question stating, will we be inflating it for the recipients?
No, he's saying, he's
No, overall,
overall, like
for overall.
other people that's got property for rent that's not on Section 8, it would inflate their rent too also.
Like a comparable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They would follow suit.
In other words, for rentals that are not part of the Section 8 program, you know. I don't know if you would want to go through the route of establishing what are the averages for the parish without Section 8, you know.
How can you tell us how this would impact the Section 8 program? In other words, as far as our funding, so we have ample funding to cover for this increase, even if we get additional landlords?
Yes. One of Melissa's concern is that we've kind of stuck between 70 and 75 units month lease. In other words, we seem not to get above 75 per month. And we have availability for close to 100. So,
Mr. Roberto. And Kim, maybe y'all can help me with this, but I'm forever hearing folk share with me that the application process opens up twice per year. Am I being misled with that?
It's not the applicants, it's the landlords. They need units,
No.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, they need units.
You don't have enough units.
It's the units we need to get up from 75 units. So landlords.
There's no more units because I've got in my district, a few that's asking, a couple now that's asking.
They have to provide all, meet the criteria. There's a process.
Once you run out of houses, that you can stay on the list for a long time. You don't have no place to put them. No houses available.
Hopefully 120% may draw some new land.
Might be more
That's right.
enticing for landlords to put their units on the Section 8 program. Right.
No cost to the back.
Well, it's going to come out of our Section 8 funding, but if, correct me if I'm wrong, if we can't keep our lease up numbers high enough, then the federal government's going to say, give us some of that money back because you're not using it. And that's what we're trying to not happen. We want to keep our lease up numbers, you know,
Right.
higher.
that was one of the suggestions from the HUD rep from New Orleans. Perhaps by raising it to 120%, you can attract more landlords and then lease up your rate.
And what Mr. Macedo is telling us, though, it will probably directly affect those non-Section 8 rentals as well. So they're going to up their rates. So then it will affect the constituents who are trying to rent here because we're going to just increase the market. Is what he's be aware of that.
I think we need to ponder that and maybe not rush to move that. And thank Mr. Mercedes for this information and also get with Melissa more to see how that impact would be. And then we can also
I mean, the fund has the money to cover it.
And let me just say,
The negative impact is out in the world, how it could affect, if Brian were leasing, trying to lease an apartment and that landlord said, well, I'm going up on my rates because y'all doing it on the parish level. He now is personally affected with a higher rental rate.
these prices that he given is pretty much what you see
Anyway,
when you go anywhere, other parishes, that's the prices you see in the neighborhood.
Can I say something? That can cause an issue because you have a lot of clients that receive a check once a month. They check $800. So a 2-bedroom apartment, they would have to pay $900. That's why we see so much overcrowding because the rent is so high. And I'm just saying that, you know, the rent will be so high. For 3-bedroom, $1,361. I get $800 a month.
It's a double-edged sword. You can attract to raise your numbers, but you can also affect the recipients that are on a fixed income.
Yes.
I think we need to ponder it a little bit and have further discussion. That's my recommendation.
any other recommendations, Mr. Macedo?
Well, we're getting close to finishing the waiting list from March of 2022. At that time, we took 100 applications over the telephone, the system that we've been using. And 40% were applicants from Assumption Parish. 60% were applicants from elsewhere, with a high of 25% from East Baton Rouge Parish. Then we had from Ascension, 18%, Lafourche, Iberville, West Baton Rouge, St. John, Orleans, Jefferson, St. Mary. So when there is an intake, HUD requires for us to publish in the official journal. However, you know, in order to attract more applicants locally, we also put the ad in the webpage for the parish. But with today's technology and social media, we say we want to take applications on this date, and the little phone goes around and goes all the way to New Orleans. And a lot of times what happens, those applicants that have put in applications, when it's time for them to lease up, I don't want to move to Napoleon, I don't want to move to, so, you know, it's a little dilemma on how to get more applicants from Assumption Parish and less from other areas that eventually just occupy the whole process and eventually do not lease up. So perhaps we can discuss with Melissa and, you know, see how we can do this next intake in order to get more participation from parish residents.
Also, can you send us, Melissa, the 110% markup versus the 120% markup? Because you gave us 120% for each one. I don't think you gave us 110% markup for each one. For the 3-bedroom / 4-bedroom.
Now, before you lock in those numbers, okay, those 120%, keep in mind that the fair market rent is equal to the contract rent plus utility allowance. So if you want to get the contract rent, you have to subtract the utility allowance that would be applicable to that 1-bedroom, whether it's all electric, or to that 1-bedroom that is a combination with electricity and gas. So the 120% that I mentioned, that wouldn't be the maximum. Yeah, the contract would have to have minus the utility allowance applicable to that particular unit. Okay. So going back to the one bedroom, 120% would be 875. The two bedroom, I mentioned 988. The three bedroom, 1,369. The four bedroom, 1,614. Let's just take a two bedroom unit at 988. The maximum rent that the landlord could charge would be 988 minus a utility allowance, and let's just round it up to 100. So the contract rent could not exceed $888. You follow me? This, it's a little, that's the way HUD works.
So, Mr. Macedo, if we did nothing today, then you all would continue with HUD's published fair market rents
Right.
110%.
And remember,
at 110%.
we are already at 110%.
Okay, that's where we are. Okay.
I think, I thank you, Mr. Macedo, for your time. I recommend to the group, we don't take any action right now, have a little bit more conversation with this Melissa, who's working on our behalf.
I'm really
With
not
this-
sure what she could shed, though. It's just a matter of how you want to impact the residents, because it's too far.
And again, not only that, I also plan to network. I just left today, just point of information, a meeting with USDA and HUD reps, as well as Congressman Carter and Price relative to insurance rate and housing. So I would ask that we can always revisit this and come right back at it at the next meeting. Let's just do some homework.
Also to Mr. Johnson, when is the next community action meeting scheduled for? This would be some good information to share with the board and see if they can get some reaction from out the community of those that they may know that are renting, and see how this could impact them. And let's get some feedback, and then we can all ponder and bring back to the jury and see what best fits us. That's the bottom line.
Not only the section 8 people, but the non-residents. Because if you
Right.
like this, you're going, that's why we have all this overcrowding. I know a client right now, a landlord, is like swinging doors because his rent is so high for low income individuals. They stay in 1 month, next month they can't pay their rent because they're on a fixed income.
Very quickly, also keep in mind that our low leasing rate has to do directly with the availability of affordable housing in the barracks. If you don't have the rental units, you know, you can raise the rents all the way you want, but if there's no affordable housing that meets the requirements of this federal program, then, you know, there's not much we can do. And also remember that those applicants that receive vouchers, that at the time of the application, they were residents of Assumption Parish, they have the ability to port that voucher somewhere else. The opposite is, for instance, if somebody applies from East Baton Rouge Parish and gets a voucher, they have to relocate to Assumption Parish for at least 1 year, and then they can take the voucher somewhere else. Currently, Assumption Parish has 12 units that are what is called poured out. The residents that receive voucher from Assumption Parish, they chose to move primarily to Ascension or to Donaldsonville. Those are the two areas where the voucher holders from Assumption have opted to move.
Mr. Roberto, thank you for the information. Mr. Juror Alcorn just commented. I think we'll take it under advisement and just get back in touch with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in today.
Motion adjourned.
Yeah. Motion adjourned? Motion by Mr. Leroy, second by Alcorn. All in favor? Any nays? Motion carried.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. It's 5:27. We'll go ahead and get started with the Road and Bridge Committee meet. Let the record reflect all members are present. We have 2 items on the agenda. I believe item 1 is tabled. I think that concern has been rectified. Mr. Carter. We'll just move to item 2, update on road overlay program. Sawa.
Yes, I provided you all with an updated estimate after my office and staff has gotten with each one of you and their respective budgets. What you have before you is the final numbers based on those discussions. It puts us at a total of $2,667,706. That does include a 3% contingency plus all engineering fees. Obviously, you know, I realize we're trying to get as close to the $2.5 million mark. In reviewing everything and the conditions of the road, I think this is as close as we're going to get without making some other heavier cuts. Now, I will tell you that in these calculations and in these costs, there are estimated quantities, as with any job. The job will be billed at actual quantity. 90% of the time, we come in under that estimated quantity, unless there is some unforeseen condition that would change or require additional material be placed in those particular areas. So I'm just presenting it to you all, and the contractor is on standby. We basically need some direction on how you want us to move forward from this point, because I know your current budget is set at 2.5 million.
One thing I would say, Mr. Joseph, is that, yes, this jury did agree on 2.5 million. And yes, most of it is estimate. As payments go out and payments are made, if there is some for unforeseen changes that may arrive, I'm going to ask that you come before this jury and show justification on why we may have to go overage. I'm more than sure from the accounting standpoint, again, as payments are made, I know it's going to be tracked. And when it starts to get close, we're going to have to probably come to the table and talk about it and discuss and see why we may be going over that threshold.
The other thing to consider also, gentlemen, that may give you some solace is that the way this particular road program works, we collect asphalt tickets as the asphalt is being put down, and we track that against a estimated quantity that we have. And as we see underruns, those underruns, if you will, are banked into a little side file so that I can then come to you at any time and say, look, yes, right now the road program is running under budget by X amount of percentage or over budget at whatever percentage based on the quantities that have been tracked and received via asphalt tickets, track trucks, anything that's required. So we will monitor it very closely, and if everything goes well and we got weather like we got now and everything stays bone dry, this estimate may very well come below the $2.5 million that you have budgeted.
Mr. Alcorn, we can't wait till the job is almost finished to see these numbers. We need to see it from the get-go.
Well, that's why I said what I said about the tracking system. As payments go out, I'm more than sure they'll be letting us know exactly where we are with dollar amounts. And I will stay engaged with accounting as this program starts.
With every invoice that is submitted to you all, the asphalt tickets, the quantities, as well as a summary sheet for every road is also submitted. So we do basically every time an invoice is submitted, it lets you know where you stand or where you are allocated relative to the budget. So it's tracked regularly.
But keep in mind, by the time we get an invoice,
It's too late.
it's 2-3 weeks down the road, so there's more work that's already been done. So those figures are not up to date.
I would like you to take a look at Alida and Sarafan. That's not half of the street. It's
Correct.
just those two culverts.
And we can, as I spoke to you about that. We can make
I'd like to
additional-
see a footage or something on that price.
Okay.
Any other further discussion?
I'd like to let it go.
You'd like to go ahead and can I entertain a motion to accept the road list and move forward? Or if there's any other language I want to put in the motion?
One thing I would like you to review, I guess, and compare the Rue de Cajun effort and the Bayou Drive effort. Both of those projects are similar,
Mhm.
but there's a drastic difference in the estimates for both. And I just like to make sure that the scope was understood for these estimates because of how different they came in.
You're correct. With those, and particularly the Bayou Drive was a lot higher initially. But after we had gotten with you, I actually sent a surveyor out there as well as a crew, and we measured the low sections. So in order to bring that budget down, because previously it was very high, to bring that budget within some type of cut or reasonableness that we could get close to the 2.5. We then just tried to isolate those really problem areas where that asphalt needs to come up. It's not, as I said, it's not exact. And
What's your footage on this, on Bayou Drive?
on Bayou Drive, on there, you probably look, I apologize, but I think it's around 1,500 feet when we measured all the various sections. Now, keep in mind, that's the low spots. So in those low spots, it gradually has to come up. In other words, so even though it's 1,200 feet at 5 inches or 6 inches or whatever the elevation raise is at that low point, then you probably have another 200 feet or so on either side of that low spot where you're gradually raising back to whatever the natural elevation of the road is to get it up.
You worked on the plans yourself?
Yes.
Where's this location at?
Best location, I mean, there's probably two.
Where at?
They're by,
That's what I thought.
okay, I'll provide you the addresses.
Anything else, Leroy?
No, I just want to make sure that this estimate includes what our request was. I just think there's a big disparity in those two numbers that.
Can I entertain a motion at this time? to
I'll
move
make a
forward?
motion.
I just want to point something out, Ron.
Okay, go ahead.
You just stated that it was 1,500 feet total on Bayou Drive.
Mhm.
Go to for a total of $60,000.
Mhm.
Go to Willow Street, Ward 2, overlay, 240 feet, a total 41,000.
Which point?
We're talking about a road that's just, 1,000, 1,200 foot longer for $20,000, $19,000 more. 1,200 more feet of road for $19,000.
And what thickness are you saying I should put on Willow Street compared to what you're requesting? on
You're the
Bayou Drive?
engineer, you tell us.
Well, that's it.
So what,
I'm going
you
by,
putting a
I'm-
quarter of an inch on Bayou Drive?
no, I'm going by the elevations that I clearly explained to you. Bayou Drive, for your information, for the jury's information, is roughly the same length as Lee Drive. Mr. Pondville here has requested that I raise that road to the same elevation as Lee Drive.
That
So
is incorrect.
That is not incorrect. That is over 17,000 feet at a cost of close to $2.1 million. You obviously do not have that kind of money in your budget to do this road. So therefore, we had discussions to say, hey, for the road program, we'll take section by section and we'll come in and we will elevate those sections with lifts that can be added to over the years. And if grant or other money comes along, it's not money wasted, it's money that we could put back and eventually get that road to the elevation it's desired. I'm simply with the $60,000 budget, trying to keep you all within a budget that you told me and instructed me to keep you within. If that has changed and you all want me to put more money towards Bayou Drive and cut money from somewhere else, please advise and I will do so.
I'd just like for you to explain, how can you do 1,500 feet for $60,000, for 240 feet for 41,000, almost 42,000? The elevation, that was North Bay Road and South Bay Road for your information.
You made the statement that you wanted the same as Lee Drive. You even asked me.
You have it here.
You even asked me this evening. You had a-
You lie, I never even talked to you.
You didn't, okay, you didn't talk to me.
We gotta move on.
I'm not, Joe.
We got a
I'm not
motion,
getting
we got a
into
motion on the floor. I got a motion by Myron. Can I entertain a second?
The motion to amend the budget, amended budget to 2.6 now.
Yeah, motion to amend the amended budget and move forward with the road program, road list. I got a motion by Mr. Mathern and second by Mr. Como. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carried. Meeting, motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. Mathern. I got a second by Mr. Como. Meeting adjourned.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with the engineering grant committee meeting. All members are present. First item is update on project status and funding sources by GIS engineering.
What's up, bro? I don't want to share.
Good afternoon, jurors. Here in front of you, I passed out what is going to be somewhat of, it's still very draft. We don't have all the projects listed, but this is just the format that's going to happen. It'll be a folder, so it'll be set up where the flyer that's going to be left off will be sent earlier, but also as a leave behind to our congressional district in Washington. There'll be a front cover. You open it up and have a list of projects, funding sources that we're pursuing, and how they can maybe help us as discussion topics. The right side is a map of the parish that shows projects. We have a legend on it, and as you close it, find a picture of you guys. So this will be in a folder 7. Again, this is very rough and draft. I just want to give you the heads up on if you have a comment on any type of formatting or I haven't spell checked it, so I apologize if y'all see anything, but again, it's more of the format layout, just so you have an idea of what we bring in, leaving with our representations up there and we see also had grants are next, but I don't want to steal any thunder. We are pursuing several other large projects through different avenues on federal. Basically, it's the discretionary federal dollars. And what that is comes out from core being the water bill. That's going to be looked at every 2 years. It's up. So working with CPRA on some other projects, such as the Amelia levy, since the capital outlay was not successful. That was one conversation had. So we're pursuing that and bringing that back up. Try to get some planning monies for that so we can get that teed up for the core. That's roughly the 9-mile protection along with pump station and such on the south end nearby Lewis. On the other canals and channels, we are touching base with all this, the other constituents along with Ms. Megan and Leroy here on today's meeting on the Region 6 Steering Committee for water sector. I mean, I'm sorry, not water sector, correction, Louisiana Watershed Initiative. So round 2. It still has some ways to go, but today, the Bell River project, the Upper Terrebonne Pump Station, which is the Bayou Soil Pump Station, those have scored high marks. And will be presented to the state level council of watershed. It's been a long day, so I apologize. Council on Watershed Management from the state level, which is step forward. So state will be making a decision. Did they say when the decision is gonna be made?
By the end of the year. But we will receive information for a full application by the end of September. And that submission needs to be made by the end of the year. Yes, so
Yes.
you also mentioned
Vice
Vice
and
and
Vincent
Vincent also
also
scored high
high
on
marks
all three
across.
categories.
Yes. So, and then we're still pushing and seeing if we can get some positive benefits on LMI, just to try to get some of these 49. Himalaya was 49%. If we can get a 0.5% or 7.75%, it gets it to 50. 50 plus 1 is where it was verified and sent to the state. I believe there was 11 out of 31 total that have been verified, which is positive impacts to the low to moderate income LMI region. So that's what this round 2 is really about, focused on. So 11 out of 31 in region 6 has been verified. So today's meeting was to look at the other 20 that were not needed assessment, so to speak, is what the term was. So anyway, that was judged low, medium, high, and 3 projects in this parish have scored high. Well, been a positive impact being the pump station and pipes.
Right. And we had 2 other projects, the Himalaya Canal and the Bruce St. Martin drainage outfall, both scored medium in all 3. So they will be submitted also to the state.
I don't know if you want to speak on the CDBG discussion you had. We made a motion today early in the meeting to get that added back in.
So that was hazard mitigation.
HMGP?
Yes.
Not CDBG. Yes. HMGP. So.
Right, so that, the request was made of the committee to support the HMGP funding that is allocated to, it's $3.5 million allocated to Region 6 for watershed initiative projects that the region will divide that 3.5 million. So for that, we submitted the snagging and dredging for the debris from Hurricane Ida that has yet to be reclaimed.
In today's meeting, I appreciate you being there, Jimmy Palmer, lead officer, supporting the Bell Road project. Thank you, lead officer, supporting it, being on the board. We moved up in the ranking and felt good after the meeting.
There was only 2 projects that went from medium to high, and that was one of them.
Yeah.
I did a great job of representing us. Appreciate it.
Any questions? That's what I have for now.
So Jacob, this is our target list for.
No,
DC?
that's not full.
That's not full.
No. That's probably like half. There's
Half of it,
twice as many.
because this is about 80 million right here.
That's good. That's what we want.
But if you notice though, right, that the values they were duplicated for all the projects.
Yeah. So
Wow.
that's why I said this is a format thing. Don't look at it.
Like, man, we have to do a lot of lobbying for this money, man.
No. So this is, but the reason we did break it out to show planning and engineering, the construction and the total is because on capital outlay, it asks you to break it out that way. Sometimes they would give you planning and engineering money, but they won't fund the whole construction dollar. So we have shovel-ready projects. So when the next grants come down, you say, I'm prepared, I have all my documentation. We're ready to actually bid this project out.
Understood.
Appreciate it, Jacob.
All right, Jacob.
Okay, Jacob, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Next item is update from the grants coordinator.
I provided the package that I normally provide and all the grants that we have right now. But I did make some, the notes should be in red on the ones that you have for the RAISE 2023 grant for Assumption Road and Bridge improvements. We were denied that. For the water sector program meeting that I attended on August 11th. For our extension we requested, we did receive that 12-week extension for the engineering for that. That's all I have.
If they approve the full 12 weeks.
Yes.
That's it, Maggie?
And I'm pretty sure the engineer has said he's not looking to use that full 12 weeks.
Yes, he's not looking to use the full 12 weeks. They're not gonna slack off just because they have that extra time. They're trying to get it finished as promptly as possible.
Just one update for you on that game time equipment grant.
Uh-huh.
That equipment has been ordered by the LSU Ag Center.
Okay, game time, so I'm gonna write that note, because I couldn't find any information on that in Leonard's files.
And so it has been ordered and it will be delivered
So it's
and
approved.
stored. We did receive that.
Okay, so it has been awarded.
Now, the LSU Ag Center over there is the one
Yes.
that ordered it.
Ms. Maria Gonzalez.
I'm gonna talk.
Megan, any word on the tap group?
No, I haven't received any word on that yet. Oh, the ones that are in, so they didn't make the funding this year, but I do have the notes next to it. South Central Planning does plan to submit all of them by the next, funding round.
We haven't heard anything for this funding round, to see if we was awarded anything.
No, we haven't received them.
Okay, next item is approval of the resolution
Yes,
authorizing.
sir. Wait, if, well, maybe we can wait till. No, oh wait, it's further on the agenda, the fire hydrants. I want to ask y'all something about it, but we'll wait.
The Keep Louisiana Beautiful trash receptacle grant is available. The notice of funding opportunity just came out. It's not a cash award grant. It's just to receive up to 10 trash receptacles. They need to be installed in public spaces, high traffic public spaces, not on private property. And I just needed a suggestion from the jury on where you would like to place
You do
those.
Grant Park,
I'm sorry.
Grant Park.
The Patty Park has them, we got a total of 10.
Is it?
Trash
Veterans
cans.
Park, yeah. I was
Veteran
thinking,
Park?
well,
We could use
I
a
read
few of the
Park.
tactical.
so they're not gonna fill all those places. I know, Chris, you had spoken of that earlier. So how many are we really gonna try to do?
When it come 10, you can get 10,
You can get up to 10.
up to 10, and if y'all want to share them, you can do that too.
How about, how about we go with your park and mine, or we go with your park and,
In my park?
the tackle ball? What is the tackle ball? Well, you should be able to include that in your word.
No, it can't, it's a different grant, that's a different grant.
We change order that.
But they are nice trash bins too.
We'll get with you. We gotta make this decision right now.
We'll get 10.
Motion approved.
Why not just make the decision tonight?
Yeah, just go on, get
Put it
10,
down.
get,
Down the road.
Gerda, just identify one park, and then y'all
You
can split
park,
it up. Should be able to split it up.
You had asked what it last.
I'll have to ask that question.
Okay.
Why you don't want park? Do it-
Because
do
you
it
can
as
get
Grant
the
Park.
10, you know, you get
I
the
can
10,
split 'em
y'all
out,
can
split 'em
split it
with
up. And share.
Let's not stop it.
Motion approved the grant part.
That's what they're trying to do.
All right, motion to approve the grant, coordinated
Second.
by Jeff, second by Pat, all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed? Next item, discuss current engineering services not under contract.
So I put this on the agenda. So Sabra, I'm requesting that we receive a contract for the projects that you have begun. That we have not received the updated addendum to that contract. We need a contract in place so that you can continue working on it.
You have a contract in place currently.
That contract is not valid for these projects. We
It is.
requested an addendum.
You have, and that addendum has been in discussion, as well as the amounts and fees, as well as the descriptions under that addendum. One of those particular projects that was originally listed under that addendum, for instance, was the Gerald Street Levy project. That project has now been put out for RFQ and awarded to Department of Plans Design Group, as I understand it. So what I'm asking is, I have no problem providing that addendum. Please identify which projects you want me to continue to move forward with, so that I can properly formulate that addendum and present it to this jury to be signed. But as far as stating that there is no contract in place, there is currently a contract in place. We wouldn't be discussing an addendum to a contract otherwise.
There's a contract with an open-ended scope, 10% of construction costs and no specified scope, which is why it was brought to the table that we need a more specified scope.
Fully understand that, and that is why we're in the discussions of an addendum, but it is not correct to say that there is not a contract in place.
That's a moot point. That addendum has been presented for 2 months now. And now it's not coming back up because you haven't agreed to those figures. We need to come to an agreement.
Because they are continually changing. Gerald Street project to be an example. So we need to clarify that. I have no problem amending that scope, reducing those fees, whatever needs to be done to get it to a moving point. But we need to be able to identify exactly what you all want, what projects you want me to do so that we can specifically scope them out to how you want.
You got a list of the projects you're working on?
I have a list that they had from our previous addendum. Give me a moment, I'll pull it up. You would like
Read it.
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
All right, right now I have Upper Pierport ring levies. Michael Street Jollymar, which now has a separate contract, so that's gonna be removed.
We have a contract on that one.
Yes, that's Bertrandville, the Bertrandville outfall. The Mare Lower Texas Drainage Improvements, which also now has a separate contract. The Gerald Street levy, that project, we switched to, we're doing the permitting only underneath our retainer as stated, and that project then went out for RFQ, and I think it was awarded to Duplantis or another firm. The Bayou St. Vincent Canal dredging. The Bayou St. Vincent Canal bridge replacements. The Belrose Lane drainage improvements. The Lewis Lane drainage improvements. The Highway 70 cross culvert installation, which was already completed. And that's everything that I have listed under that particular purview right now.
We need an addendum to the contract that does not include the bid specification, bid administration, and project inspection.
I'll provide that if you can provide to me what projects you want me to move forward. And that way, obviously, I'm aware that we have to remove, we'll have to remove those projects which contracts were already done separately and taken care of. So we'll remove those. We'll also remove the Gerald Street levy completely, with the exception of the permitting, which is being handled under another contract. And then just, we'll go from there. You have to tell me what projects you want.
Sounds like we got much left out
That's
there.
where we were a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
So
We have much out there.
we know that, but we actually pulled all of the projects and the approvals of what, we even pulled minutes as to what projects were approved and the amounts. And we were told that nothing is going to move forward because now there was a disagreement between the amount to be charged. That is the last that I've been told. That's been a month and a half. So let's
I'll
make
revise,
some progress.
I'll revise at this jury's direction.
present it to us, and then if there's still some
So
dispute,
what
then
he's
we can
doing,
move
he's
from there.
just laying out projects is basically what he's doing.
No, sir, I've actually moved forward with your projects, your Upper Pierport ring levy project to be precise, and you paid me nothing. So that is an inaccurate statement, and I will not
You're
stand for that.
finished? Plans are finished?
Okay, so next item is discuss outfall next to Jesse Robinson in Ward 5.
Yeah, I put this on, well, Mr. Jesse asked me to put it on the agenda, so I did. Back in 2007, y'all have the, in front of y'all. To Approve, remove trees, place rocks. They started a bulkhead, but nothing ever was finished on it. So he asked if we could find some type of funding source and get it done.
Got some drainage for it? You got a plan, you got some thoughts? I mean, I don't know.
That's what I just brought to the table that we need to look into.
Yeah, look into it, see what you got.
It's a-
You can need to get an estimate.
Yeah, that's what's with it.
Did you ever get any numbers on that?
Yeah, we had, I did not bring them with me tonight because they're probably no more good, but we did that. We did
Yeah,
that
no.
quite some time ago. I met out there with Mr. Paul LeBlanc, we discussed that, the possibility of either doing bulkheading or putting down even a rail car, type culvert or something, and doing some filling there to secure the property. It's a large.
I'm thinking 60 to 80,000. Would that be realistic? I'm thinking it was-
2007, it was 1250.
it's a big
Just to
number.
play.
That
play rocks.
look like that makes reference to rocks to stop erosion.
Yeah, no, that was, that, back then it was
Right.
just putting in,
Right.
basically rocks and wrap along the edges of the property to prevent the
Correct.
erosion, but at
So
this point,
Wrap would also work.
you have a large, you've got a large area to contain there, and it is quite steep, and it is a large outfall, but again, I'm not privy to this side, but I was also told that there may be some possibly a right-of-way issue there.
So are we liable for this outfall? First question.
I think, Jeff, didn't you have a project like that in Lavernville on the bayou side where
I got several outfalls there.
for
Who takes
somebody
care of
house or
them?
something
Landowner?
close that was eroding or something, we filled it in
This one's too
a
big.
couple of years ago?
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah, something like, is Mr. Jesse want something like that? I don't know.
What he really has there is coming across the highway, what you actually got is a lot of farmland that's coming through that area, and there's erosion. I don't see where rocks is gonna help it, and I will question riprap. I will question what that would do, so I think we need to have engineer and Mr. Paul and all look at it and give you something that's gonna work. But what you're speaking of, it isn't gonna work.
And I went out there and went and looked at it with Mr. Jesse. I mean, it was a partial job that was
Yeah, it
done
was
years
started and
ago.
never finished.
It is a real poor job that was done. And I just feel like, the parish did some work to it, and I think that we ought to try to fix it the right way.
Just because they did it one time, Chris, doesn't mean it was right.
It was never finished.
It's never got, if you go look at it,
We're gonna open up a can of worms here, because I'm gonna have everybody calling me for a bulkhead.
They did it with the amount of money they had like this.
Mhm.
They were doing quite a few of those big outfalls. But they was doing it from their drainage funds. And some of them, they just didn't have the money to do.
Let's just have the parish manager and the parish engineer be out there, come with our options and let us know what our options are. And then we can
Landowner
confer.
participate in it with a CA?
It's possible. We need to see what the options are.
Actually, the plantation owns the right.
That's what I'm saying. They should
They own the
participate in
outfall.
it.
Not the landowner that next, at least, not the landowner that wants the bulkhead owns the property. It's the few again. Yes. That brings in another issue.
So let's just get a
We'll get an
price on
up-to-date
both bulkhead
estimate
and
on.
riprap.
Not an outfall, but it's a drainage ditch.
It's actually a small canal.
Drainage, we had drainage ditch all over.
Yeah.
All right, next item is update on the Tacklefall Landing project.
All I have to update this evening, we have received.
Speaking to the mic.
We've received correspondence as late as this morning. We responded to it. I provided you with copies. The contractor did go out on site today with a surveyor, as I understand it, to shoot elevations in regards to our recent response to all of his RFIs, as well as the requests. We requested some information back from him as far as cost and so forth for moving the job forward.
What about the change orders?
The change orders? All of those were requested. We have the
Why you
numbers.
didn't bring? When you met with Dwight and myself, you will have that all ready for us today.
I don't have the numbers back from the contractor for the reduction.
He sent you the numbers after the walkthrough.
He sent me the reduction numbers after the walkthrough for the gazebos. He sent me the walkthrough number, the reduction for the other things. Mike,
You
were in
told
on
us
these
you will
meetings.
have those answers answered today.
You were in on those meetings.
We managed almost for 5 hours.
I have the numbers. I have his increase.
Why it's not here?
I
Why
have
we don't
his-
see it?
Are you gonna let me finish speaking? You gonna-
Delaying our project.
Again?
I'm not delaying your projects.
Hold on.
I am not delaying your
Did he
projects.
answer all your RFIs?
No, sir.
That's a false statement, but I have the RFIs here.
We could read them out loud one by one.
Okay, we're not going to go into that.
Look,
That's how you get
Gentlemen.
answers. I mean, instead
Gentlemen.
of skipping over things, you got both parties here. Let's talk about each one.
gentlemen, I've
Which
answered.
RFIs he didn't answer?
You can finish what you're doing and I'll go through it. You pull up that email that. all of you-
Gentlemen, I have answered his RFIs. I just received a response from his man Joey Glover at 4:54 stating that they will be sending me the requested numbers. 4:54 today. So how is it that I am supposed to present to you a change order of which he's requesting when he hasn't provided the adequate numbers to me to do so? At 4:54, telling me that you're going to send them is not giving me adequate time to review those numbers and present them to you. Yes, I
You
have.
had those numbers for we did the walkthrough.
I do not have all of the numbers. I've said that. I'm not going to repeat it.
In what he says is correct. He does not have all of them. He has all of them that participate in moving the job forward. He just recently has asked us, I think it was Friday, about the deduct on the pavilions. Now you finally all made a decision. It couldn't have been done before. And so our office is doing that. The ones that pertain to the bathroom, which is holding up the project, has been in his possession for weeks now.
Yeah.
And
So if he wants all of them before he does the review, then he's correct. But there are the ones that are the critical path for the job to move it along so we can get off of these delayed. I'm finished and you can start. And so we can get off this delay of $4,317 that you all are incurring just because he doesn't answer the email. So I think that the ones that he has in his possession get this job moving forward.
first of all, there is nothing stopping this job from moving forward other than the fact that the contractor appears to at this point have abandoned the site because he hasn't been out there for over 2 weeks. You all have plainly seen.
You said he was out there today?
Today, but he hadn't been, this is the first day. In
So,
14, well,
actually,
hold up. You asked me for an answer, I'm giving it to you. I have every day documented, gentlemen. This is the third time he has claimed to move off the site due to delays, okay? Each time we go out there and there is more than adequate work that is not affecting his critical path that could be completed. In addition to that, we know that he is now working on other sites. So that claim is totally erroneous as far as I am concerned. You can't claim damages or delays when you still have 80 feet of bulkhead to put in. That was on his first claim for delay. Right now, he's claiming he can't move forward with the bathroom. He hasn't moved there for 2 weeks.
That's correct.
He's got unfinished rough-in plumbing, unfinished rough-in electrical.
Nope.
The roof can go on. The bricks are there.
The bricks can't go on because we have to cut the concrete to put the slab. So he's incorrect again. The electrical can't go forward because we were flagged because he put it in an erroneous location, but
It's not an erroneous.
He sent back, shut up and talk after I'm finished, okay? So he sent
Mr.
back an
President,
order.
I am not
Stop.
Genesee City. I am
Stop.
not.
Hey,
Hold
on.
Hold up.
Oh.
I have said this.
I'm
I
going to
have
talk and
said,
then you're gonna talk,
no,
all right?
I have said this
So
before. I
I'm
am
not
not
going
going
to enlarge the
and have you
building.
all.
I am not going to enlarge the building.
That's enough.
So if you tell me to build your building, that's 10 by 10, that's what you get. If the closet you put the electrical panel in is incorrect, I cannot increase the building to 11 by 11. He's wrong. It's just that simple. If you go measure the building, it is exactly what is called for on the plans. You put the electrical panel in the closet and it does not meet code, but it's my problem. So what he's saying to you is, I should have known what he didn't know.
You have legal counsel, follow their direction. You're not following your contract and neither is he.
Y'all gonna have to get with y'all.
I have done, I have
I
met,
love the lawyer side of it.
I have met, I have.
All
I
right,
met-
look, that's enough. That's enough on this one here.
That is
The
an
next item on
uncategorically
here is an
false
update on
statement. I
Julie
am not
Moore
gonna sit here.
Street.
This is not gonna happen.
Julie Moore Street,
Let the lawyers discuss it, right?
update on Julie Moore
Mr.
Street.
President,
And the last thing I'm gonna
Mr.
say
President.
about, the last thing I like to say about the Tacapon landing is no juror, for the people that's watching at home, no juror nor the sheriff asked me to open that launch. I did that upon myself. And if anyone you know of out there in the general public, and I don't care what their last name or first name is, has a necessity that reaches capacity of the current parking, please get them in touch with me, and I will do the same thing for any citizen of Assumption Parish. And in addition to opening that deal for parking, personally, I made that decision. I do it for anybody, and I help load stuff and unload stuff for them to get to that party because people have been restricted. I, Jeremy Landry, did that on my own. Not a single politician instructed me or asked me to do that. So,
Okay.
I just wanted to make
look,
sure.
I've done said it's enough and it's enough. Now we're moving on to the next item.
But wait, Mr. Urban, we
Hold
still
on.
have to address the change order.
Let the
Can we
attorneys
hold
address,
on?
let the attorneys address. Move on, sir.
Project still has to move forward.
Attorneys address, it. Give the attorneys.
They know.
You all asked me
We can't keep
questions.
pushing it to the curb. We got it. We need a change
what do you
order
have, Mr.
to allow
Attorney?
work to be
It's his
moving
committee.
forward.
So
You all asked me questions. I provided you with recommendations. I have provided you with previous change orders and recommendations. You do not follow those recommendations, nor do you follow the contracts nor the change orders as they should be presented. So now you requested of me to present his change orders, all of which you all are all included on the numbers. They are you have them, okay? You've all been included on those
But
numbers.
you were supposed to present them. Yeah. When will you have Corey and myself, they will be ready today.
How can I do that? Yeah, they would have been, had he been able to provide the numbers. We've been talking about reduction or removal of the canopies on top of the gazebos for months.
No, we
Yes.
haven't. We all hadn't made a decision. You finally asked me on Friday, and I'm doing it. You want to see the email that everybody's copied?
Yeah, look, we're all aware of your emails, Jeremy. Everybody knows.
Yeah, it's called evidence, by the way.
Yeah, no,
The
no,
guys in the
you
room.
got no
love to-
idea.
gentlemen,
Look,
Mr. Salva,
look,
can you just advise the jury when we can expect to have a recommended change order from you presented to us?
I'll have an email sent out by tomorrow morning. You all can do with it as you will. It will not have the deducts on it. And as far as the code issues that he is referring to, he can read the drawings, he can read the specifications. Those code issues are his problem. If he would be a normal contractor and work with the engineering firm, we could probably get those taken away by a simple variance and discussion with the code department, but he refuses to do that.
As the owner, you all can do that.
He
As a
refuses to do it.
As a contractor, I'm not a designer. I can't ask for a variance, but as the owner, you can instruct your employee to do that.
Look,
We'll get it for you tomorrow.
I mean,
Look,
is this
gentlemen,
board gonna approve?
I've
a
made
change order? We haven't had a
recommendations.
meeting For 2 weeks, so without.
I'm
that
not gonna
change-
sit here. I'm not gonna sit here with a kangaroo court where you allow somebody to come in here and dictate to you your contract.
I'm not dictating anything by contract.
By contract,
You're trying to dictate because you're.
Mr. Landry, please.
No problem.
look, I'm done. If y'all
Okay,
can't,
wait.
if you cannot control your meeting and you can't run it professionally,
This is professional.
don't look to me.
But Joseph, you're
Do not look
you're
to
out
me.
of control as well right now.
I am not
Sit
under,
down.
I am under.
Can
full
this
control.
project continue without a change order?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we have to
That's
approve a
according
change
to a
order.
contractor who has threatened you with multiple delays and lawsuits.
That's irrelevant.
And
We're not talking about
it
that.
is
Our
not
focus
irrelevant.
is to finish the project. We would take.
If he can
care
get
of
his
it.
ass out there, he can finish it.
Come on, guys. All right,
He won't,
come on.
and you know it. You've all been out there. And if you haven't been out there, I wholeheartedly invite you to go out there. And you tell me what would be holding this man up from finishing that restaurant.
Or RFI.
You put in 37 RFIs to a question, to a lump sum project that you're being paid $3.2 million.
Hours after
What does
hours.
that have to do with anything?
Okay.
That means you had 37 errors.
So
My 3.2
building
million.
codes, were you told to stop because it did not meet building code?
Yes.
He has never been given a stop work order by my office. And with regards to, as far as,
South Central Planning stopped the work, correct?
Yes.
Did you
Then
hear
that means
back
he
from
can't
South Central?
proceed.
no, we did not.
But he's a stop order from South Central Planning, who is the permitting agency in this parish. We need to try to work through that and move forward. That's what we're trying to
And
get done.
he could work through it and move forward. But Mr. Landry doesn't want to take responsibility.
Okay,
Look,
it goes both ways. Let's
Both ways,
stop,
but we
let's
need to
stop
get the
pointing the
project
finger.
done.
We need to
then
move
you need to get a
forward.
new contract.
Look, Joseph,
About a new
Joseph,
New engineer as well.
If you want me to do something illegal, Jamie, then you better.
Joseph, look. We need to get it done
I understand that. There are procedures within your contract that is in your legal department's hands, which would allow you to move this project forward. I suggest that you get with that legal department and exercise those procedures. Because as far as this kangaroo of going back and forth about whether he's owed a change order or not is ridiculous. You all don't follow the recommendations that follow in accordance with your own contract. Therefore, it is impossible for me as your engineer to direct that job and enforce that contract. It cannot happen. You have this man who has made numerous claims standing right there at every meeting that you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that.
According to.
I have turned over the contract to your attorney, and it clearly states there are directives and there are ways for him to move forward. He is not following.
We're not going nowhere. Hold on.
We're getting nowhere,
Hold on.
right.
We're going nowhere with this.
Exactly.
We got lawyers. Let's get the lawyers involved. Let them handle it. Let's just close this out for the night and get the lawyers involved.
What can be done to allow the
Nothing-
progress on the
Nothing's
bad
gonna
to
be
move
done until we get our
forward?
lawyers involved. Let's move on. Sir.
Change order.
We're not
Can you get us the numbers for those change orders?
We need the, in the email that you all have copies of, he said that he was presenting, he said that he was presenting.
You are stopping. I'm in favor of what Mr. Carter said.
He said that he was
that
going
is
to
the
present you.
justification. We're gonna get justification from. the
Yes, I
attorneys
did, once I had all the
What
numbers.
is our responsibility here? What is the engineer's responsibility? What is our directive going forward?
I'll give you the ads tonight.
Time to delay the project.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you all want the numbers,
Joseph,
I will.
wait,
I will
let
send you.
others talk too.
Listen. We will, going forward, there needs to be perhaps a special meeting. We have both attorneys here and let's drive this bus forward.
Three of them.
Stop.
I think
I don't care
that,
how many it is, but this
think
going back and forth is not
Let's try
getting
to
us
set up a
anywhere.
meeting next
Mr.
week.
Johnson, that is,
This is not getting us anywhere.
Mr. Johnson?
Let those attorneys get together prior to them coming to us. And we have some resolve where this whole board gets to hear the resolve.
Mr. Johnson, that is the best idea that has come out of any of these meetings yet. Let's get those attorneys, let's get the chairman of your board, let's get the engineer, if the participant of the ward wants to be there, let's sit down at the table, open the drawings, open the contract. If it's on the drawings, I got it. If it ain't on the drawings, he's gonna have to present you the change order, and in the email that you read, he said that he was gonna be presenting that. If we can get the change order to move the electrical and the sump for the sewer treatment plant, I can finish that bathroom building. That's the only thing holding it up.
Make a recommendation.
I'll give you those numbers in a minute. Would you like
Mr. Carter, did you make a
I don't know
recommendation?
if they would. I got them already.
I reckon make a
All right.
recommendation.
Can I have the floor one moment, because this may be germane to what you're asking. Currently, for salt cutting for the compressor, he's asking for $2,468.09.
How many feet of that?
It's about 4 feet out.
4 to
It's
6.
about 4 feet. I mean, it's a
That's the
sidewalk.
bigness of this concrete.
Unfortunately, it's through a footer.
Yeah,
And it's
but he
gonna be-
doesn't have to saw cut all the way down, but you can. chip
No,
it
but
up.
I mean,
I understand. You need a depth.
I need a depth to put the pipe and be able to put a
Put a-
structural concrete back on top so it doesn't
Correct.
chip out. And it's gonna be hand demo, not machine demo.
He's probably gonna have to go, I would imagine, six or so inches to get the pipe down and give him enough structural concrete.
Keep on.
Okay.
And the other one's the electrical.
The electrical relocation of the electrical code panel is $1,177.11. I can add those up and we can present them in the form of a change order tonight. If that will get this project moving forward, gentlemen.
Was there a question about hurricane straps? Was there a question about hurricane straps as one of the reasons why they failed inspection?
No, you're referring to the splice blocking per code in the walls.
Yeah.
That number is $3,200.12.
That's all part need to be done.
3,000 what, Joseph?
$3,200.12.
$10,000.
Ain't that much.
That'll get the bathroom. finished.
Why didn't have them?
On first start.
Oh,
No,
We
that's
gotta have all
That's a
the,
good question.
well, we gotta go this far in the meeting to have these
It's simple.
simple questions answered. I don't understand.
to delay the project.
That's my whole goal in life, Jeremy, you know.
All right, that's Jamie, that's not Jeremy.
Yeah.
You gonna make a motion?
Just soon be twins.
Hold on, before we make that, Mr. Sava, the values that you presented to us, have you reviewed them and recommend this change order?
I reviewed them. I am not recommending this change order, but if that is the gun you're being put under to move the project forward, then
I'd
so be
like
it.
you to
have a
state what
decision
your
to make.
recommendation is. You previously stated that the jury is not following your recommendation. Provide us
correct.
your recommendation.
As far as the code issues are concerned, it's clearly stated on the plans. That is the contractor's responsibility. I don't think you should be paying additional money for code issues.
All right, prove that it's on the plans.
No. It's on the plan.
It's on, he's,
No, he put the
It's
letters
absolutely
on
on
where
the
the
plan.
plan showed.
You don't have to prove that. I can tell you, he's correct. Where he put it is exactly where it's at. The issue is, he put it in a closet that's too small. So what he's saying to me is that I should have made the building that he designed larger so it would fit.
that is not what I'm saying. You don't.
So what's the problem with the panel, Joseph? What's your?
The solution, the panel is being placed the way we designed it. It does. It faces outward of the closet at the same location of the door. We have done this numerous times. It passed South Central Planning's review. The particular inspector went out there and cited it. I am simply trying to get.
I concur 100% with what he said.
I'm simply trying to get back in touch, and I have made several calls with that review architect and say, hey, this panel is in front of a door. That closet is not an occupiable space. It was never meant to be an occupiable space. It's no different than if I go put a control panel of any type in those very same controls you have for the sound system are in that closet. It's the same setup, and it has been allowed many times.
How long has this panel been in question?
Since before the 7th, I think.
Y'all brought it up when they, after you had run the conduits up.
So probably the end of last month, because we met on the site on the 7th and it had already been stopped.
South
So
Central Planning is yet to get in touch with you, right?
That's correct.
All right, look, how much you need, we're gonna move forward with this. I think we all night long.
So
Gentlemen, what do you all want to do?
I'd like you to follow through with South Central Planning, and if this can be approved, then we can avoid this change order.
I'm sure that's one phone call away.
And that's
We can
what,
make that
and
phone call
that's,
tomorrow.
gentlemen, that's what I'm trying to do. But there are other aspects to this contract, as you know, even though I'm not supposed to say it, legal has been brought in, and I am having to address all of those issues, including 2 letters that were received today.
The goal is to get the project finished.
Who
That
are you
is the goal,
contacting at South
correct.
Central Planning?
Hmm?
Who are you in contact with at South Central Planning?
That at the time it was the review architect, it was Paul, I think his last name is Landry.
Did you try to reach out to anyone else? Mr. Paul didn't return your call.
We've been trying to reach Mr. Michael Witch. I haven't called personally for him. My staff has called. Trying to get a hold of him.
When was the last time you placed this call?
I'll get the call schedule from my.
I'll make sure you be contacted.
I'll get the call schedule from my office. You can see it.
if we would have known that he was reaching out to them, I don't think we'd keep arguing about it. We would have just
One
been
phone call
waiting.
away.
So this is the first I hear that he's made that call. He actually put in writing in an email to me that I should ask for variance.
This is on only the panel issue.
Yeah.
On the next issue.
On the
What is your
blocking,
recommendation?
on the blocking issue, and as discussed with Mr. Landry on site, we've never had that request or been given that requirement by a code, first of all. Secondly, that is why.
Concur with him on that first
That
part.
is why we have on the drawings that things need to be built to code. There is no way for me, the engineer, without getting into his means and methods, to be able to tell him exactly where to put that blocking, because he has the right, when he builds that building, to put up his substrate boards. He can put them horizontally, he can put them vertically, he can have 5, 6 seams in them. They want to block at every seam. I have never seen that, and still haven't found it in the code where it's required, but I'll keep digging. So there again, my only point to all of that is we're talking about probably 3 or 4 2x4s, and I believe he had enough scrap material on the site. He could have cut and taken care of that issue already. And yeah, charges the labor to do it, but he's not doing that.
I can't charge you the labor to do it unless you prove a change order. I can't spend your money and then.
No, you provided a change order.
Is this an item that can be, that we can receive a variance on?
I do not know. I can't answer that, because the only people that can grant you a variance would be the state fire marshal's office or the building code, in this case, South Central Planning. I can't answer whether I can get a variance on that. You can request one. I don't.
What's our next item?
And I don't necessarily see a problem with requesting a variance on the electrical panel. As I said, it's done and it was approved by their architect.
No, the saw cutting. So saw cutting of the concrete. What's your recommendation on that item?
On that item came about because we relocated the bathroom. I do think for safety purposes, it is a good idea to saw cut that concrete and put that cable beneath the slab.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve the change order for 2468.
2468.
Get that going. We'll call South Central Planning tomorrow. See a variance on the panel and the blocking.
You all want to give him a temporary agreement in case because I don't want to have to come back with him pulling off site if they don't grant that variance on the panel for him to move forward.
Well, I think we still need that information to make a decision on the change order. So as soon as you hear back from them, get back with myself or Mr. Diaz, and then we'll determine if we need to call a special meeting to address that so that we don't delay the project.
Well, why we do a
Oh, we
subject
make a change order, yeah, separate for the saw concrete, get that one done.
Yeah, that's what
I'll
we
make a
did.
motion that we approve the concrete. For 1177,
No, 246809.
I'm sorry, 2468. Motion to do that change order for the concrete work. Also, the blocking in the panel, prove that pending, pending. I don't have to have a special meeting to come in. and do that.
Pending the.
Pending they don't give you a variance.
Pending source.
That's, Mr. Sabah, is that your recommendation? If we do not get the variance?
We do not get the variance, and yes, that will have to be granted.
And the straps within the wall for 3,200, no action on that?
We got actual variance for that also.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for the
Second.
funding source. Blockage and the paneling, pending the approval, and also the concrete change order.
Before we vote on that, the funding source, where it's coming from?
I'll take it on my rec fund.
Motion by Jeff,
And just before you move forward, another.
second by Mike.
And just before you move forward, Mr. Irvin, there's also a pending change order for the pay station that you all wanted. If you all can put that up, I can go ahead and make that order and that'll get here sooner. So I'll just let you know about that one. That's not under controversy or disagreements for the,
No, we're in agreement on that.
we're in agreement on that.
Y'all in agreement on that?
Yeah, it was an item that he.
I think.
With that change order.
All right, hey, well, while in agreement. let's-
go ahead on and get it, better get it.
What amount? We'll find out in a minute.
The amount of the difference of the $25,000 that was allotted for the camera system and the pay station in the program is right at, I want to say it's $2,468. If you bear with me 1 second, I have that page and I will pull it up. Because we reduced the camera system to $19,100. And then the additional pay station cost was right at around
$2,500.
it was $8,400, so it was like $2,500 over the allotment.
We work good together sometimes, guys.
So 2,500, so basically we're talking
So
about.
2,500 for the pay station. All right,
I worry about it.
okay, so you're gonna add that to your motion?
Yeah, Yes.
All right.
About it.
Added to the motion is the $2,500 extra for the pay station. All right.
Out of my rec fund.
So, and the out of Mike's rec fund. And it was second by Mike. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you. All right.
And then just to bring y'all up to speed, some of y'all wasn't.
Bye, man, bye, please.
All right. Next item. Now we're
Let's
going
end on
to
a good
Julie
note.
Moore
There we go.
Street Drainage Project.
We met with Mr. Blankenship. We went out on site, made some adjustments to those plans. But as it stands right now, we're at a standby until we have direction from the jury on how you wish to proceed with that project.
It led me to say didn't have a contract, this, but it found out that it is under contract. So
No,
It is. I think that the dispute there is there is not funding available to fund the construction admin and everything.
inspection.
And then that was going to be done via RFQ. And so they put us on hold until that happens.
Basically,
need
had
it.
design and engineering.
right, we need a contract specific to that project.
when I called, I thought Melissa said she had the contract.
There is a contract specific.
For design and engineering, not for inspection and.
And that item is in there. There is no way to fund it currently is the problem. Am I not saying that correctly?
No, it was, we do have two projects to fund that specifically that we passed. That we have, I don't have the-
It was the way I understood it, and I'm not trying to throw a wrench in things, but there is a specific contract for that project. It has the design included. Then there are provisions in there for the inspection. However, that inspection was not funded in the allocated money that was set aside for design. And there, I think the jury's wish at this point is to try and pull as much money as they can out of the Go Mesa. So in order to obtain the funding out of Go Mesa, you have to go through an RFQ process. Is that?
That's correct. We are asking for engineering only for the project.
We have $15,000 allocated for engineering. That's what's been allocated.
That's right.
If
And that was a cost that was agreed to for the engineering on that project. All we're waiting is the contract. That was one of the addendum items in that contract that has not been approved yet.
It was, but then you all told me that even that contract can't be, or that was one of the items that you all told me, no, we wanted to pull out and do the RFQ for contract administration because that money could then be pulled out of Go Mesa. Am I not
Well,
understanding
that's
that
why
correctly?
I asked at the last meeting, is putting it out for bid part of this engineering that we've already approved?
No.
If it's not, then it's not ready to go out for bid.
The answer to that is, as far as us advertising the project and placing it out to bids, yes, that all falls under the design, okay? The construction admin would then take place once a contractor is selected. Once the contractor is selected, then we have to then go into construction administration. I have to
That's what
draft your
RFQ.
construction contracts. I have to make sure the bonds and everything are attached, review those contracts, get them signed, get them to you, and then do the notice to proceed, have all of the preliminary meetings that are required, and then we go to having an actual on-site inspector. That all falls within that construction admin scope.
Which we don't have funding for,
Correct.
which is what we're gonna RFQ for.
That's correct.
So where are we with the RFQ, Megan?
That was a draft. I'm just gonna present it to you and Melissa for review. And I wasn't aware that Davis Bacon stuff had to be in a separate one, so that draft is on.
We need to move on that.
You're gonna have it ready for the next meeting so we can review it? That's what you said?
No, we
Well,
can
I'm
have that
gonna have it
before the
ready.
next meeting. We can go out, we can get that reviewed tomorrow. We can go out, put it out for bid next week. We can run.
All right. Send it to the jurors.
No
You
need
just
to
take a
wait
look
2
at
more
it.
weeks.
All right.
Once that's resolved, well, I will come back before the jury and request approval to advertise.
All right, next. Okay.
Update on Gerald Street levy project.
Gerald Street levy project, that project is in permitting. I did, and I have here tonight, copies of them. They are preliminary, the HMIA studies that were required by DNR to complete those projects. If you recall, also, that was one where we had to get the survey of the center line done to satisfy the Corps of Engineers requirement as far as an environmental review on their end is concerned. I will have to be getting with GIS. You all approved the funding to get them to go ahead and flag that center line. I have to check the calculations within this HMIA study one more time, and then this will be uploaded. And that should answer all questions that I have currently from both DNR and the Army Corps of Engineers to move that project forward.
Is that study, I thought that was referring to the ring levy project?
I got one on both. I got another one.
Okay, update on ring levies in Kelpart and Bell River.
And more or less, the ring levies, it's a very similar situation. I have the hydraulic study here. I need to finish running the calculations on that. Mr. Blanchard was able to get in touch with someone at DNR. I spoke to that. That was a Mr. Thomas Beersall. Obviously, the HMI study from the letter that I received for the ring levy system was a little bit more in depth because you're talking about multiple sites and so forth. After discussing with Mr. Beersall, he has narrowed that scope for us and basically said he just wants the impact of the discharge water to the flood side or to what he has considered the unprotected side. So I've modified this report. I do have to check those calculations. And then once that's done, that will be uploaded to him. And that, I believe he said, once he receives that, it should be a very short turnaround process for the permit.
So DNR had been waiting on a response from Mr. Salva for some time. And this permit that we're seeking, it takes 24 to 48 hours to have it in hand. So it was just waiting on him.
About a year. Okay, update on fire hydrant replacement project.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was asked to reach out to Senator Price. He's been working with us for the last couple of years, trying to continue the extensions. He did put in the request for an extension for the fire hydrant project as all the other projects. And for some strange reason, it was not written in the bill. He did go ahead and meet with the administration office at the Capitol, trying to see exactly what happened. Don't know where the ball got dropped, but it was not written in the bill, but the request was followed. So.
Okay, so that brings me to my question. Just food for thought, and it might not even be an option, but we have tons of hydrants just sitting here. From what I'm being
Let me answer
told,
that for you.
okay, Waterworks is in need of them.
Sure, yeah, so I spoke to Mr. Alcorn. After a conversation I had with Representative Chad Brown, he was gonna reach out to Senator Price. Once they made the determination that it was truly dead, they're gonna provide us a documentation to let us know that the project is closed out and that we have no responsibility to install the hydrants as the receiving body of the award. So basically, if the rest was canceled, we need to make sure that we close the project cleanly with the Division of Administration because we didn't complete the installation of those hydrants. We will present to them that our desire would be to transfer those assets to the waterworks so that they can install them as they need. But we do need that direction from the Division of Administration to make sure that this project closes so we don't jeopardize future capital outlay projects.
And
we just got to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a predicament with this contractor. Not on the line because
I spoke with the contractor. He is owed nothing. All he is requesting at this point is once everything is closed out and you all are secure, is release of his bond.
Okay.
Okay, update on Lee Drive project.
So can we move forward on the administrative side with closing this with?
Well,
Let's make sure we can get that letter, closeout letter from the administration and sent to you all. And then we take the next step. Make sure that we're not obligated or held to any.
So you're gonna work on that?
Oh, yeah, I'm on it.
Okay.
Update on Lee Drive.
Lee Drive, I've spoken with the contractor. We have scheduled, he is scheduled to be on site on the 28th or 29th, according to his latest correspondence, to do the dress work on the shoulders and so forth. We have discussed the testing that needs to be done. He has lined up for the core samples. In his last email to me, he said he would be providing me the date so that we could be out on site at the same time. We agreed to locations for those core samples. Basically, it narrows down to they're going to be in groups of 4, basically some on high side, some on the high side of embankments, some on the low side. There are specific spots that I walked the job with a representative of his where I'm asking that those spots, because of, just visually looking at it, I have some concerns, so I've asked those areas be cored as well. And he has agreed. Once he has that coring and testing schedule, he said he would provide it to me. But as it stands right now, he's scheduled to be back on site on the 28th.
What about the IRI testing?
I am investigating the IRI testing. I do not have a cost on that yet, nor do I have a company to do that. So I've got that is something I am investigating further. I would ask that you let me get back with you to talk into that further.
What about the cross culverts, the sinkage of the asphalt?
All of that is being addressed with the core samples and the testing that we're doing as far as that.
So the 28th or 29th, he should be back on the job.
Yes, and I'll forward you that email. I got
Please
that.
do.
Okay, update on the Ag Center roofing project.
Ag Center roofing project, I have a preliminary set of plans and specifications completed. They're actually in my car to give to Mr. Blankenship. He had come to my office. We were supposed to go over them today. However, we had some other issues to outline, and he did not have the opportunity to do so. So I brought them with me tonight to give to him. Once he is satisfied, and everything is ready, we'll be ready to advertise that project.
Motion to adjourn by Mike. Second by Jamie, all in favor? Opposed? Meeting adjourned.
At this time, we'll have a public hearing to change the polling place for Ward 3, Precinct 1 from Lavenderdale Library Branch to Lavenderdale Middle School. Any public comment? Second call? Any public comment? Second call? Last call, public comment? Let the record reflect there is no public comment heard at the public hearing. Motion to adjourn public hearing. Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. So at this time, we have the 5:55 public hearing regarding the amendment addition to the Chapter 18 Parks and Recreation, Subchapter B, Parish Boat Landings Ordinance to specifically address rules and regulations for a Tacopah landing. Any public comment? Second call, public comment?
I got one. Yeah, it doesn't include anything about houseboats.
The old ordinance does. We're just adding to the ordinance.
What's that?
We're adding to the ordinance.
Okay.
The old ordinance covers mooring of houseboats.
It says parking and all, but I never saw anything about houseboat.
The old ordinance, it covers houseboats.
This is just adding to
This
the.
is adding to them.
So it's on the top part?
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Warren Gonzalez,
Address?
266 Highway 1012. Yeah, because they had work boat there tied up from time to time, houseboats.
That's addressed.
But I thought you wanted it all in one place.
That was the old mooring.
I know, but I thought you wanted something all in one place with everything in it. So this doesn't have it?
It should be, huh?
Now, the parking area for handicap, that's gonna be a truck and
No,
trailer?
no, vehicle
There's a
only.
vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
He's
Last
right,
call.
I don't see anything in there. We're gonna have to put in.
Motion
Last call for public hearing.
to close public hearing.
Motion by Mr. Nakane to close public hearing.
Second.
Second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. At this time, we'll call to order our regular 6 o'clock meeting. Let the record reflect all jurors are present. please rise for prayer and pledge. God, who teaches us by sending the light of the Holy Spirit into our hearts, grant that by the light of that Spirit, right judgment may be ours, and that we may ever find joy in his guidance. Amen. Let's pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With the approval of the July 26, 2023 meeting. So moved. Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Public comment period. Any public comment for any item on the agenda? Let the record reflect there is no public comment.
Yeah, Brett. Yeah, he was, yeah.
So gentlemen, at this time, I know Mr. Lane was supposed to be here at our last meeting. Correct, and he wasn't able to make the last meeting. He was not put on the agenda. I had a request from Mr. Mathern that we deviate to allow him to address the jury.
We'll do that now.
And we just ask him to do it now. so
Close
that he
public
can-
comment. Close public comment.
I have
Okay, we just
motion to deviate.
deviate.
You want Jerry?
Motion to deviate by Mr. Nakam,
Second.
second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Lane, you have the floor.
Thank you for coming.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Senator Brett Allen. I live in Abilene, Louisiana. But anyway, I'm happy to be here. Last time I was here, I don't know if some of you may remember, 12 and a half years ago, I came to announce my candidacy. And 13 years ago, 12 and a half years ago, during the redistricting of 2011, all of Assumption got removed from my district. And we had the opportunity this year during redistricting, the population shift out of Terrebonne and Lafourche and Gaines and other places. I had the opportunity to bring some of Assumption back into District 21. Unfortunately, I won't be running for that seat. That is because I am term limited. I've spent my 12 years, and even if I had an opportunity to run again, I'm not quite sure that I would. You know, as I tell some of my colleagues, after a while in Baton Rouge, you get used to the cold steel going in your back, but blood loss gets to you. But I did bring you some good news. On the way out the door, I am chairman of the Revenue and Fiscal Affairs. So if y'all have any problems or any help you need as far as the capital outlay process or with facility planning, I talk to those guys on a regular basis, and I'm happy to help you any way I can. So two items I'd like to talk to you about tonight is the capital. One is first of all is the capital outlay that was requested of us, and we were able to get into the bill. Myron was one of the ones that brought to us. In fact, this is a mailer that's going out. If y'all want to see it, it doesn't come to y'all district, but be happy to answer any questions. But included this time, I do these mailers every year. Included this time was a section called Assumption and Lower St. Martin, which was included in the capital outlay on request. First and foremost, Myron requested $500,000 to acquire the Shell Beach boat launch, the properties there, and we were able to include that in there. That's not bonded indebtedness. So it's no P1, no P5. That's straight cash out to Treasury. All you have to do is apply for it and get approval from facility planning, and that money is available to you. Also had requests for an emergency use pavilion at the Veterans Park in the airport. They evidently use that to distribute sandbags, to distribute food and water during emergencies. Was happy to include that in the capital outlay to the tune of $270,000. And also a request from the Pierpont River Museum. We were able to fit in $1.25 million in cash for them, and P5 that can be drawn on. They said they could do it in 3 phases. P5 of another $2.1 million
to go along with that if future legislatures approve. So we were happy to include that in there and happy to do that. The other item, and if there are any questions about the capital outlay, I'll be happy to answer them. Like I said, I'll be happy to answer anything about the capital outlay process or give you any help you need. The other, as soon as I got to the legislature, probably 11 years ago, there was the 2011 flood fight that happened in St. Mary, Iberia, Terrebonne, Lafourche, from the Atchafalaya. You may remember that, and again, we had to sink a barge. So I started with CPRA 11 years ago to get funding for the Bayou Chene, a permanent structured Bayou Chene. Well, in 2022, and as most of you know, some attended, that permanent structure is in place. The lower parts of your parish should never flood again. And we're very proud about doing that. This actually saves flooding in 5 parishes, some 10,000, well, probably 8,000 residences, 10,000 structures will be saved from flooding in the future. So the next item was, now that we have it,
Should have no more flooding. 'Cause we're spending a lot of money on mitigating them.
$80 million was spent on that structure.
Yeah.
Restore Act money, well, it should never. If it's operated correctly and at the proper time, it should never flood again. That is a bold statement.
Yeah, very bold.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, I like taking bold action because.
Thanks for your help with that.
Yeah, listen, it was the right thing to do. The theory was proved when they sunk the barge, what, 3 times?
Yeah.
They couldn't deny that it worked. I mean, I stood on that barge the last time we sunk one during that flood fight, and that was a 4-foot differential from the northern side to the southern side of that barge. It works.
Yeah, I've been there, seen it.
Been there, seen it.
Seen it.
No, we fought for that money, and through CPRA, the Restore Act, some capital outlay money, we built the barge. We built a permanent structure. If we get approval from the Corps and the CPRA, that barge can be closed and set up tight in about a 4-hour period, not days and weeks as it was before. Everything's in place to protect us from flooding. So what we did to get everybody who's affected input into it, I passed a resolution during this past session called to provide and create for the Bayou Chene Operational Advisory Committee. All we can do is advise. Corps has the final say about when the barge is closed. But I would think that they would take our recommendations. And included in that is all the entities that are affected. And there's one member appointed from the Assumption Parish Police Jury. If y'all hadn't done so,
We have.
I appreciate doing that. Because I think everybody needs input to how that thing's going to be operated. And I've been assured that if we come with a unanimous voice, the Corps will heed our recommendations, hopefully. So the idea is to protect people. And of course, the Corps doesn't always have the same objective, but hopefully they listen to us. So I think that's very important going forward, and I appreciate y'all participating in that. Any questions about that?
Do you know when the CEAs may start to come down for the awards of the funding for the capital outlay projects?
So in September, in fact, I talked to Mark Moses today. He runs facility planning. In September, so the cash awards that I talked about earlier don't require bonding.
Correct.
So they're available to you now.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the CEA for one of them.
Right. So, but the September ones will come to my committee, JLCCO, Joint Budget, Joint Capital Outlay Committee, on the 8th, and for our approval, and then we'll send them to the bond commission, I think, on the 14th. And all those projects that have P1 funding should be available at that time.
That's what you got P1 funding for that? For the boat? You got
No,
P1?
that's cash.
That's cash. Oh, you got the straight direct cash out the general fund.
Yes.
You got
Okay.
straight direct cash out the general fund. Those monies are available.
You don't even need a match.
No, I just need,
Good.
I wait for the prison to come in.
So,
And on my cash too.
well, you'll have to talk to the next senator. about that.
No, I got something coming down from,
Oh, okay.
from the general fund too. So I'm waiting on mine too.
Okay, happy to help you with that. Just contact, my contact information is on there. So I guess this is hello and goodbye.
We appreciate it.
Happy to help. You've been a great friend. Henry Dupree, who was here before, is also a farmer. I'm a farmer from St. Mary Parish, so we got to know each other pretty good at that time. He was on the jury at that time, and a good many of you. Big Daddy, of course.
We're here, brother. We're gonna make sure, but thank you for everything you did for us.
Happy to do it. Happy to do it. And call on me. I'm not going anywhere. You've got a good slate of candidates that are running for my position. One of them happens to be named Alain. He happens to be my son. So keep him in mind. At least keep him in your prayers. So without further ado, if there's no questions, I'm gonna.
Thank you, brother.
Happy to help.
Enjoy every time.
Appreciate you.
I will. My wife got a lot of plans for me. See y'all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Oh, and I enjoyed the entertainment before.
On to the next item, Drainage Committee report, Chairman Ponville.
Yes, sir. The Drainage Committee meeting was held this afternoon. All members were present. We approved Mr. Michael Patata for a 5-year term. The Knott Subdivision Gravity Drainage District. We discussed the rental of Long Reach excavator and a 50,000-pound machine. Ron will get back in with us.
No, we're making improvement.
Made to approve.
Approved it. I'm sorry.
100,
$132,000. Got everything. We approved to replace the culvert at 226 Rudy Boville, Faith Street, and we sweep out behind Genevieve Street. Drainage projects, and this fall is gonna get with a crew to start cleaning culverts. Present this all in form of a motion, Mr. President.
Motion by Mr. Ponville. Second. Second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor? Opposed? Finance Committee report. Finance Committee met at 4:45. We approved to pay the list of bills submitted through August 18, 2023. Review budget comparison statements for major funds of July 2023. We discussed and decided to not do a recurring $400 per award for the Life Ram campaign, but it will be funded as funds are needed. And we did approve to advertise for bids for the Malibu sedan, a Ford Explorer, and a Chevy half-ton.
Expedition. Ford Expedition.
The Ford Expedition. A motion to accept by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Ponville. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Personnel Committee, Chairman Diaz.
Personnel Committee met, all members were present. We approved to end the probationary period for Aaron Landry, increase to grade 7, step 12. We approved to hire Richie Skidmore Jr., equipment operator, 1, grade 5, step 12, and Michael Jacobs, maintenance worker, grade 4, step 13. Item number 3, no action taken. Item number 4, we recommended to hire accountant position, Ms. Paige Roulette, grade 8, step 13.
Mid-September is what I'm working
I present this in the form of a motion.
A motion by Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Johnson, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Federal Programs Committee report, Chairman Johnson.
Yeah, all members are present. We met at 5:10 PM this afternoon. Basically, we got a good explanation from Mr. Roberto Macedo relative to potential increase from 110% to 120% of the current rents published by HUD. At this point, we're going to take any action, and there will be some follow-up on this discussion pertaining to it. No action at this point. Okay, so we have a motion to adjourn.
And that is in the form of a motion. Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Carter, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Road and Bridge Committee report, Chairman Alcorn.
Yeah, Road and Bridge met this afternoon, 5:27. There were two items on the agenda. First item was tabled. Second item, we had an update on the road overlay program. We approved the road list, and we approved the amended budget of $2,676,706. And I give you this item in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Nakane, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Engineering Grants Committee report,
Yes.
Chairman Como.
The Engineering Grant Committee meeting met this afternoon. All members were present. And one heck of a meeting. Was given an update on the project status and funding sources by GIS engineer, an upgrade by the grants coordinator. We approved the resolution authorizing the grants coordinator to apply for Keep Louisiana Beautiful Trash Receptacle Grant. We discussed the engineering services that was not under contract. We discussed outfall next to Jesse Robinson in Ward 5. We were given an update on the Takapaw Landing project, and was it an update? We approved the panel and blockage pending the approval. We approved the concrete change order and the pay station, which is $2,500. It was given an update on Jolimar Street drainage project, Gerald Street levee project, ring levees in Pierpont and Bell River, the fire hydrant replacement project, Lee Drive project, and the Ag Center roofing project, and that's in the form of a motion.
The motion by Mr. Como, second by Mr. Johnson, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Next item, public hearing report for the adoption of ordinance 2306, change of polling place in Ward 3, Precinct 1. There was no public comment heard.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve by Mr. Como, second by Mr. Johnson, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Public hearing report for the, to adopt ordinance 23-08, chapter 18, Parks and Recreation, subchapter B, Parish Boat Landing, as it related to Takapaw Landing. There was one comment by Mr. Warren Gonzalez.
I have a question before y'all adopt. Is this going to be governing, what about the car parking lot?
It's
Is going to be that included?
Yeah.
Because I noticed there's some campers that have been there forever and a day.
Right, they don't need to be.
They're going to have to move as well.
Car parking is for cars only.
Cars only,
Yeah,
and
we're-
not for just,
Mr. Chair, President, before we approve it, that we have some closure with the, what he did bring up relative to the.
That's in the old ordinance.
It is there.
well, we're gonna, it may be in the O ordinance, but if it is, we'll just duplicate it in this place because we wanted it kind of all in one place, so you don't have to go
Yeah.
search.
Sure.
But he
So-
add it to this because this is just a no parking. Yeah, but there is a no mooring.
There is a no mooring, it's
No
just we're gonna try to
recreation,
put
no
it
camping.
here too.
But the car parking lot is car parking only. Big side is truck and trailer only.
Motion by Mr. Diaz to adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Update from civil source, civic source, this is table.
Table that one. They'll reschedule. COVID.
Next item, approval to adopt resolution approving the holding of an election in Gravity Drainage District Number 2 of the Parish of Assumption, Louisiana on Saturday, November 18, 2023, to authorize the levy of an acreage.
So moved.
Right.
Moved by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor? Opposed? Resolution keep passed. Discuss the request by Lafourche 4-H LSU Ag Center to utilize the Assumption Parish Ag Complex and Arena at no charge on January
They
6,
wanted it again.
2024.
They want it again. I mean,
Yeah.
This was the same event?
yeah,
Or
it's a different year.
Rodeo?
No,
No.
4-H
But next
LSU
year, but next year.
4-H LSU Ag Center. They wanted January, yeah, next year. They wanted January 6th.
Next year.
There's under construction, there's a gap
They
down.
didn't even
there.
start yet.
Huh?
They didn't even start yet.
Do we know with the date of the roof replacement on the ag complex, will that interfere with this date? It may not be usable at that time.
Depending on the
Depending on the
contract.
roof.
It depends on the contractor and the ordering time of materials. Assuming that we can advertise for 30 days at the next meeting. So that's, you'd receive bids end of September. Start construct, give them, I would say minimum 30 days to get the roof panels and everything in. And the materials, because it's kind of how it's riding right now. So you'd be close.
Well, I can check back to what else within,
Yeah, just let them know it.
The question to really ask is, will it be free if they want to come back? That's the question we need to ask. We can book it based on, we can work with Joseph on the construction and whatnot, but the question is free or not. That's what we need to know.
we get it free last time.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess either with the damage hours that we need to
We'd have to
borrow
go
there,
somewhere
but,
else.
I think we're do the same. We talking about 40.
Yeah.
It's not
Yes.
profit, so.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we get them for free again.
And I second
All right, motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Mathern. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Approve a can shake permit for
Good luck.
Beyond Court Dance Company. Pronunciation may be inaccurate. The date of the can shake is
Where does this dance come down?
9/23/23. They are Arsenal Street, Napoleonville.
Only have,
I approve it based on we verify that text ID.
yeah.
That's all.
That it belongs to that dance company?
Yes.
Yeah, there's not a dance hall. There's a house.
Yeah.
I second.
No, did it for baseball. It's no different.
All right. Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
I might have can't fit it on my legs.
Are you home?
Approval to adopt ordinance 2307 to levy grass cutting charges totaling $3,639.18. It's in your package there.
Yeah.
It's wherever we got complaints.
Yeah.
Look at it, you'll see them.
There are 14
14
locations.
lots, 14 locations.
Motion by Mr. Pineville, second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor? Opposed? Ordinance adopted. Request approval of an occupational license for cardiology clinic of Thibodeau Regional in Laverdale and South Louisiana credentialing in Laverdale. Motion by Mr. Johnson. Second by Mr. Pineville. All in favor? Opposed? Request approved. Next item, request approval of the first phase of the derelict structure procedure for dwelling located at 116. That's not Highway 100. 1005, Highway 1005 in the Pangerville community in Ward 6.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Carter. Second by Mr. Diaz.
I don't have a picture. Yeah, right there.
And there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the following liquor license application, St. Benedict Catholic Church, 5479 Highway 1, Napoleonville, doing business as St. Benedict Fall Fest, October 1st, 23 in Ward 6. And St. Philomena Catholic Church, 120 Convent Street, Laverdale, doing business as St. Philomena Family Day, same day, October 1st, 23 in Ward 2.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Was the DDA regarding the community center usage.
Yeah.
That's done already.
Yeah, that's done already.
Okay, I didn't know if we had to do anything official at the meeting. That's-
Motion adjourned.
Motion adjourned by Mr. Nakane, second by Mr. Feinberg, all in favor? Opposed? Meeting adjourned.
All right.